Just 1 second, Chair.
Sure, thank you. And Jeffrey Steiner, at the right time, if you can please turn on your camera. Otherwise, I can't see your smiling face.
I will. I'm just finishing eating a sandwich.
No
Chair,
problem.
the meeting
What's for
is
breakfast?
Chair, the meeting is live. Please go
Roast beef
ahead.
sandwich.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hartley Lefton. I'm the chair of the Toronto Parking Authority Board of Directors. The board secretary has confirmed we have a quorum, so I'll call to order this meeting of the Board of Directors. Welcome. I hope you're all staying safe and staying warm. This meeting is being held using the city's WebEx technology, with directors and staff connecting by video conference or calling in. Because we're meeting remotely, we do ask for your patience, please, with any delays and technical issues. Members of the public can watch the meeting live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live, one word. Speakers for this meeting. I'd like to remind all staff and participants to please keep their mics muted and video turned off unless they need to address the board. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe directors as we debate and vote on agenda items. Directors, I'll ask you to please keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item. If you do wish to question staff or speak, please make sure your video is on and please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate your intention to speak, and I will create a speakers list. When voting on an item or motion, I'll ask the directors turn on video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. If there's a recorded vote, I'll ask you to state if you're in favor or opposed. Directors, I want to remind you that although we're meeting remotely, we still must submit our motions in writing to the board secretary. Clerk staff are available at tpaboard@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Board of Directors of the Toronto Parking Authority acknowledges that the land on which we usually meet is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. I'll ask at this time if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to please confirm the minutes from the November 3rd, 2020 regular meeting and November 12th, 2020 special meeting of the board. I have a motion from Councillor Bradford, seconded by Councillor Lai. All those in favor of the motion to approve those minutes, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Motion carries. Before we consider the agenda items, I'd like to add 2 new items of business, which I'll now introduce. The first new business item is item PA 20-11, litigation regarding an option to purchase retail component of development at 935 Eglinton Avenue West, which is Municipal Car Park 655. This is a report from the Acting President, Toronto Parking Authority, and the City Solicitor with a confidential attachment. I'll ask the Board Secretary to please display the items that directors can review it before voting on whether or not to add it to the agenda. I move that this item be added to the agenda as new business. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Motion carries. I will hold this item down so the board secretary can make this item public online and make the confidential attachments available to members before we consider it in further detail later in the meeting. The second new item is item PA 20-12, further update regarding confidential personal matters in items PA 18.14 and PA 19.1. I'm submitting this item as a follow-up to the 2 items previously considered by the board. I'll ask the secretary to please display my letter so that the directors can review it before voting on whether or not to add it to the agenda. Thank you, Board Secretary. I move to add this item to the agenda as new business. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Motion carries. And I'll again hold this item down so the Board Secretary can make this item available online and make the confidential attachments available to members before we consider it later during this meeting. We'll now proceed with our agenda. Including the 2 items we added, there are 12 items on our agenda today. As a reminder, if you do have something to say or a question to ask, I'll ask that you please raise your hand so that I can create a speakers list. And to everyone in the meeting, as a reminder, unless you're speaking, I will ask you to please keep microphones on mute. There can be a lot of feedback, as we've learned the last 9 months. The first item is PA 20.1, the 2021 schedule of Toronto Parking Authority board meetings. This is a letter from the board secretary with the proposed schedule of meetings. And I think that's been distributed to all of you. Are there any questions of staff on this item, which is a schedule? Mr. Steiner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think this is the first time I saw the dates. What if we have some issues with some of the dates, or at least the time of the day on those dates proposed? Because I don't think there was a canvas.
Is it a large number or a small number?
There's 2 dates next year where I already have board meetings scheduled for the last year. But if those meetings on May and September were in the afternoon, I personally would have no difficulty. I know we obviously have several board members and we want to make sure that we accommodate first and foremost the councillor schedules because of city council and other committees. But if the 9:30 was just an arbitrary choice of start time, then certainly by moving the meeting to the afternoon in the May and September meetings, I would have personally no conflicts.
Sure, I understand, and thank you for raising that. Sorry, I thought there was a canvas. What I propose, if it works for the group, is that we approve this right now, just to get the, let's say, the Q1 meetings or into April meetings scheduled and reserved in everyone's calendars. And if anyone has any constraints, such as Mr. Steiner is raising, then we'll try to work around those, whether a different date or different time of day. Does that work for everyone? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Steiner, and apologies. Are there any other questions or speakers to the item? Seeing none, I'd like to move a motion that the Board of Directors Toronto Parking Authority adopt the 2021 scheduled meetings set out in the in the letter from the Board Secretary. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Motion carries. And again, I'll ask anyone who has a conflict to please just send a note with those conflicts, and we'll try to accommodate them as best as possible. Our next item is item PA 20.2, appointment of Toronto Parking Authority representative to the Canadian National Exhibition Association membership for the 2021 term. This is a staff report with recommendations. Robin Oliphant, acting president of the Toronto Parking Authority, will provide a brief overview of this item to the board. Ms. Oliphant.
Thank you. Briefly, on an annual basis, the TPA board nominates a representative to the CNE Association. However, due to COVID, CNEA has adjusted the timing of its appointment process. This year, we are recommending the reappointment of Anu Adavala for the term ending spring 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliphant. Are there any questions of staff on this item? If you have questions, please raise your hand or unmute your mic. Yes, Ms. Foles. Pardon me. Yeah, go ahead.
Was it me?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. My question isn't about this person being appointed, but it's just a general question for my own education. How long do these people serve? Is it a number of years, or is it just for one year? And also, what kind of skills do you look for when you're making this appointment? They were just so I have a bit of education around this.
Thank you, Ms. Farrow, and apologies. Ms. Oliphant, do you have the answer to that?
I can confirm that the term is usually just 1 year. It's a non-voting position. In terms of the skill set, I've not seen the detailed requirements, but I believe it would be the typical requirements of an executive on a board.
Can I just have a follow-up on that, please, Chair?
Please, yes. Yes, please.
I think it would be useful for this committee that when there is an appointment or like this that we need to consider, that we do know what the skills are that are required, and to make sure that the person that's being appointed is, because otherwise we're just rubber stamping a name, and it's not the name of the person. This is not about this person. This is about just a general question that I would have about when we're making appointments. So perhaps we could take that in consideration, Chair, that we get a little bit more information about why a certain person is being, that they meet the skill sets that are required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sparrow. Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing.
Chair, are you going to,
yes, Ms.
Chair,
Sparrow.
I was asking if that could be taken into consideration for when we get another one of these to come up, that we do have a little bit more background. Is that
Yes.
reasonable to ask for?
I thought so, Ms. Oliphant.
We can ask the CNEA to provide that.
Okay,
as part of
thank
the
you.
process.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions of staff on this item?
Happy to
Seeing
move
none.
adoption.
Sir, Mr. Steiner?
Happy to move adoption of the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Steiner moves adoption of the recommendation. Board Secretary, if you could please display the recommendation. Ms. Farrow, yes? You're on mute. We can't hear you.
I was just voting.
Oh, thank you. I'm just waiting for the recommendation online.
Just one moment, Chair.
Thank you, no problem. There we go. All right, the recommendation is now online. Thank you, Board Secretary. We go back to senior participants. Thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion? I don't see Councillor Bradford. I see everyone but Councillor Bradford. Oh, there he is. That's in favor, Councillor? Okay. Very good. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Next item is PA 20.3, which is new policy resolutions for payment card industry data security standard compliance. This is a staff report with recommendations. Phyllis Gallagher, the Acting Vice President of Finance, Toronto Parking Authority, will provide a brief overview of this item to the board. Ms. Gallagher.
Good morning, everyone. The payment card industry data security standard is a set of security standards designed to ensure all companies that accept, process, store or transmit credit card information maintain a secure environment. Toronto Parking Authority is seeking to certify as a Level 1 merchant in order to continue working with major credit card brands such as Visa, Amex and MasterCard. A requirement of this certification is to develop and implement policies to protect credit card holder data. This report seeks the board's approval of 2 new policies to support this certification. Policy 514, protect credit card cardholder data, and Policy Resolution 434, visitor policy. Certification is ongoing and progressing and is expected to be completed by the end of December this year.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Are there questions of staff on this item? If there are questions, please unmute your mic, raise your hand, and I'll create a speakers list. Mr. Steiner.
Yes, good morning. I, of course, support this. Just a question, is this policy development part of our technology roadmap that I believe we got a briefing on before? I raised that question because it would be good if our technology implementation and any policies that are going to come towards the board that flow from IT and technology, that it's part of the roadmap, which is just helpful for board members to know what to expect.
Yes, this will be part of the overall IT technology roadmap.
Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Steiner, Ms. Gallagher. Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, are there any speakers to the item? Hearing no further speakers, is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendation? The Vice Chair? Very good. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Our next item is item TA 20.4, 2021 Toronto Parking Authority parking passes. This is a staff report with recommendations. Arlene M. Fritz, VP Human Resources Transformation with the TPA, will provide a brief overview of this item to the board.
Good morning. On an annual basis, the board is requested to review and approve the list of annual parking pass holders for the upcoming year. This is in accordance with Policy Resolution 3-4, which is issuing of lifetime and annual Toronto Parking Authority parking passes, which makes passes available to board members, staff, and city councillors who require parking access in carrying out their job duties. Within this policy, long service employee retirees with over 20 years of service are also recognized with a lifetime parking pass to provide clarity and to reflect current practice with regards to the process for issuance and parking passes to retirees. An update of Policy 3-4 is proposed. This update clarifies that eligible retirees request the parking pass annually and also provides current contact information for TPA records. TPA conducts eligibility reviews on an annual basis to assess utilization and to verify eligibility for issuing of these parking passes for the upcoming year. As a result of the eligibility review, it is expected that parking pass cards will be reduced for 2021 at approximately a $30,000 reduction. It is recommended that the board approve the list of annual parking pass holders for 2021 and approve the proposed update to the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. M. Fritz. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Ms. Mendez.
Hi, thank you for your report. Just a clarification with, and maybe I misunderstood when I was reading your listing, with a $30,000 reduction, is that due to a reduction in use due to COVID or a reduction in the number of passes that you anticipate to grant?
Thank you. It is due to the reduction of the number of passes being issued.
And then, thank you. And then a follow-up question. I know we had this question raised a year ago when this came to us as well. Have we ever denied passes going forward? And just in the interest of frugality, of best practices, and just questioning, I know this was raised by another fellow board member last year. Is it really required that previous board members get a lifetime pass? And I would never anticipate that I should get one. I just like, what is the rationale? If you could remind us, what is the rationale of continuing to grant these passes?
We have denied parking passes based on eligibility requirements. And secondly, board members, the board members that have been receiving parking passes are either grandfathered based on exemplary performance for previous policies, in accordance with previous policies. And board members are granted passes with regards to current practices of requiring it for board meetings and such.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steiner.
Yes, a couple of questions on the process. Question one would be the eligibility requirements. Is that in the board policy, board resolution, very specifically what those eligibility requirements are? I see we have lots of names, but the eligibility requirement, and if so, I'd like to learn how that's changing between last year and this year, if you could explain that. And then secondly, in terms of the timing, as we make policy changes, I'm just wondering if it's appropriate that they're instantaneous or that there's some kind of transition period, particularly when it comes to cutting off anyone who has received one in the past. And then I guess the third question is, who does the review? You know, when we have procurement, you have one part of the enterprise wants to buy something, and a second part of the enterprise is an internal control that kind of challenges that and does the awarding. So in this policy review, who is doing the review of eligibility, and what is the control or the pushback on that process?
So in terms of the eligibility with regards to retirees is very clear. It is noted in the policy, which is having over 20 years worth of service. The eligibility for staff to receive parking passes is based on frequency of use for business purposes, for work purposes. The intent of these passes for staff is for them to be able to perform their job duties. So staff that do receive it are those who are out in the field, who require a fair amount of travel and parking at various facilities. With regards to the review that occurs on a yearly basis, the review is done based on a couple of things: utilization, so the frequency of utilization with these passes, and secondly, eligibility, having a valid driver's license.
So I'm wondering, in terms of the eligibility policy or implementing the review of eligibility, what is changing or proposed to be changed here that is different in substance from this exercise in 2019, particularly around retirees and any grandfathered people?
What is changing is the process with regards to how the individual receives their parking pass. So with regards to retirees, all retirees who leave are provided with a form, which in the past they did not see a form. And this allows us to obtain current contact information for the retiree, and it also acknowledges that retiree is still interested in obtaining a pass. These passes are issued on an annual basis, so therefore it's a new pass that is issued at the beginning of each year.
But I guess what I'm getting at is there anything in substance about someone's eligibility that is changing? As someone who is retired in 2019 and retired in 2018 and retired in 17, they're going to be retired until, you know, the passage of life occurs. So I don't see how people who are dropping off a retiredee list unless they've passed away, if the only eligibility is they have a valid driver's license and they have been retired employees. Is there something being proposed here that changes any of the benefits we're giving to people outside of filling out an annual form and having a valid driver's license?
No.
Through the chair?
Yeah, please.
We are not actually changing our procedures. What we're doing is we're now embedding these procedures in the policy. So we haven't changed anything in the past 2 years in terms of how we review and issue these passes. It was through, I guess, previous meetings with the board when the city manager was on our board, where we started to initiate some of these changes to improve the procedures and the administration around the program.
Thank you, Madam President. Is anybody who's still alive who had a pass in 2020 not going to have one in 2021?
Anyone who is still eligible for the pass, who is still alive, will receive one.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, presumably though, if they don't have a valid driver's license anymore, they wouldn't be eligible to receive one. Would that be correct?
If they provide indication that they need a pass, they will get one.
But if they don't have a valid license, they'll still be eligible to receive a parking pass?
In a number of cases, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Farrow, I think you had something, the Vice Chair, and then Ms. Mendez.
My question was a follow-up to the previous discussion. Really was, when someone retires, is this is this forever? Is a lifetime an award they get when they retire? Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. The vice chair.
There has been a letter from Ian Maher, I think the past vice president, that was circulated this morning on this matter. I haven't read it completely at the time. It's a 2-page letter under this section. So I think we should look at that letter as well. Everybody should have got that, I think.
I'm not sure I've seen it. Ms. Empress, have you seen the letter?
Yes, it was sent out this morning.
Okay. Are you able to speak to it or no?
I believe the questions that have been just asked today at the board, by the board, is relevant to the letter.
Okay.
So in this letter, he's asking this the deferral of this motion. That's what I see at the end of the letter, until more time is given to this matter. So I haven't really read through the whole letter, but that's a request by him. So I don't know whether we have given enough consideration for this letter before making a decision.
If I may, through the chair.
Yeah, Ms. Oliphant.
The questions that Jeffrey Steiner have raised this morning cover, I think, the key points and topics that were raised in Ian Mayer's letter. Over the past 2 years, we have tightened up the administration, just based on the review and the feedback that we want to ensure that we are issuing passes only to valid, retiring employees. And we do this as recognition of our employees. You're only entitled to the card if you, retire from TPA after a minimum of 20 years of service. And it is, I think, a very important recognition for our employees. And we certainly understand and want to keep that. What we want to ensure is that, as we have done, and as is noted in the letter, there has been times in the past where, unfortunately, somebody has passed away, but we've discovered that the card continued to get issued. So the procedures that we're trying to embed within this policy is to prevent, stop that possibility and ensure that only, valid retiring employees are receiving these cards. I hope that clarifies the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliphant. Ms. Mendez, I think you had a question or comment?
Yeah, there's just a point of clarification on something that Ms. Yam said. So if you're retired, and I do understand the reward for retiring people, but if you're retired and no longer have a valid license, it was my understanding that you said a pass could still be issued. Wondering why that, I would suspect that would possibly lead to more misuse of a card. And the only other thing I could think of is someone needs parking due to a disability, but then you'd get a disability pass. I'm just wondering what's the rationale for continuing to issue a card to someone who has retired and no longer has a valid driver's license?
Through the chair, we still do issue cards to those who do not have a driver's license for the purposes of disability. So usually what that happens is the employee may have a caregiver or a family member that drives them to wherever they need to go to. And so in that regard, we will provide a pass.
And then just a follow-up though, but wouldn't a disability pass cover that? And that is not issued by a separate, my understanding that's issued through a separate area. I'm just wondering if there's like duplication. I'm just trying to ensure that as a committee member that when I'm approving this, that I'm not leaving that potential open, that there could be misuse of having a parking disability pass as well as a pass and double. And I realize the numbers would be small, but it just potential in my mind arises that misuse of these could occur.
Through the chair,
Yes, Ms. Oliphant.
the issuance of these passes would be for off-street and gated facilities. On-street has, as you've indicated, a process, which I guess potentially could be a duplicate, but this is for consideration in our gated and off-street facilities.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, are there any speakers to the item? Mr. Steiner, then Ms. Farrow, then Councillor Lai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I certainly am in favor of a long-term employee getting this benefit. It would be helpful when we do this review again next year that we have some benchmarking on what other municipally owned parking authorities are doing, you know, the Chicagos and other similar cities to Toronto. So if I could just leave that for staff in the future. I think for today's discussion, if I understood the answer to my question clearly, the only eligibility requirements for a retired employee who qualifies with the 20 years, et cetera, good standing when they left, is that they be alive, that they have a valid driver's license, and recently now they fill out a form. As long as there's no other eligibility requirements being put on a former employee who qualifies, then I'm quite comfortable with the changes. So if I'm wrong about that, I'd like somebody to tell me that I'm wrong. Again, that the only requirements is that the person is alive, the person has a valid driver's license, and they fill out the appropriate form to give the information. I assume there's an attestation that they will only use the parking permit themselves and not lend it to anybody else, et cetera, and any found violation of that would result in the parking card being taken away. But I would move, you know, in favor of these changes and the adoption of this list if what I've said about eligibility is correct. If any member of staff believes that I don't have it right, I would ask Mr. Chair that we be informed before I vote.
Understood. Ms. Oliphant or Ms. E.M. Fritz are able to respond to that, please?
That is correct.
Thank you. Ms.
I would
Farrow.
move adoption after the speakers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. Ms. Farrow, you had your hand up.
I'm just really going to ask you the question, Chair. It looks like we should respond at least that we considered this letter from Ian Maha because it is directed to the board. So are we going to be responding to it from the chair? My question is, will the chair be responding to this letter? Not in detail, but that yes, we did consider it.
I don't actually know how to reach out to Mr. Maher, but yes, I would reply through the board of directors email box or email account, thanking him for his submission, advising that we considered it, and that and what happened with the motion, either it passed or it failed or it was deferred.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farrow. Councillor Lai, I saw your hand.
Yes, I just wanted to echo Mr. Member Steiner about what he had just said, and I will support it, the motion if that has been clear, and then we can vote on it.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. Are there any other speakers to the item? Seeing none, Mr. Steiner, you move the motion. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. Now with I'd appreciate, Councillor Lyster, I know you're tight on time. Do you have a few more minutes, or do you have to run to your other meeting?
Actually, I'm on both meetings. The other meeting, there's staff presentation, so I'm good.
Okay, well, I won't tell them if you don't. What I would suggest is actually a motion to reconsider the first item, which is the item on the scheduling for our meetings. I understand through the board secretary that we are able to be a little dynamic today. If there's desire by this group to reconsider item 1, we can try to accommodate any conflicts there are, excuse me, and get a final for now set of meetings in for 2021, if everyone has access to their schedule. And I'm looking, I think, mostly at Councillor Bradford, Councillor Lai. I'm not sure how much control you have over your schedule right now.
I'm actually going to be off the board, so I'm good.
Okay, but you're here until the end of June, aren't you?
No, till the end of the
Oh, the end of the year. All right, well, parting is sweet sorrow. Councillor Bradford, do you know your presence with the board, your status?
I wouldn't leave you, Hartley. I'll be back for sure.
Oh, I couldn't handle missing 2 of you. Do you have access to your schedule?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
I think it's fine to approve in principle today, and if I need to make any changes or ask for accommodation, we can do that closer to the date, but looks okay at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Steiner, you were hoping to move those 2 meetings to the afternoons? Is that correct?
Yeah, those days I can do, but I previously scheduled the board meetings, so the afternoon would be fine on those very same days.
Okay. Board Secretary, actually, first, let's move motion to reconsider item 1. I move to reconsider item 1. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, thank you. The preference, I understand, is to move, is it May and August, Mr. Steiner?
Mr. Chair, May and September.
May, September, I apologize. A bit early. Board Secretary, do we have ability to move the May and September meetings to the afternoons?
Actually, I cannot do September afternoon.
Okay. Okay. This is what I was afraid of. All right.
So why don't we revisit September at our next board meeting and maybe move that entire day, as long as, and particularly with the new counselor, if Councillor Lai is leaving us, which is very sad, hopefully we can accommodate the second new counselor who joins us in January.
Yeah, I think that's right. Let's move May for now, to the afternoon, and we'll deal with September once we find out who our new member is. Ms. Mendez, yes.
Sorry, just a question. What time did you anticipate for the afternoon to, I'm more concerned about when it would end, actually.
Sure. I think usually we start at 2 p.m., which would make it 4-ish, depending on the agenda.
I'd probably have a hard 4 o'clock stop on the Wednesday. I do have a meeting scheduled that day, but if I could be out by 4, it's all good.
Board Secretary, am I correct that we'd be looking at a 2 o'clock start?
Chair, we can be a little flexible. We could start at 1:30, which would be after the lunch hour and would give an extra half hour into the afternoon.
Sure, that was 1:30 you said?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So I suggest then that we move that meeting to start at 1:30 p.m. Into the meeting. Just looking around, I don't see anyone shaking their heads or waving their hands. So I move then changing the schedule for 2021 to move our May meeting, same start date, starting 1:30 p.m. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you. Mr. Steiner, top or low for you?
Thank you very much.
Reply here, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor.
If I may, just I may have to leave a meeting. I hope you have quorum. I just wanted to thank everyone for have we voted on it yet? I'm sorry.
We
We
voted on the change to the schedule, yes. So right
Oh,
now we're about to start consideration of our next item,
okay.
20.5.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of thank everybody, all the members. This is my last meeting, and it's been a pleasure working with you. And I hope that you will be really minding the ship good next year, the same as you did this year. And for staff, thank you very much for all your help. And I just wanted to, before I go, I just have two requests that is really very close to my heart. One is about the roadmap, the technology roadmap. I wish you all the luck in finalizing that, because for a world-class city, we should have a world-class technology roadmap on our parking system. And the other point I wanted to actually make is about the because of the transit that's moving with all the subway building. I really wanted the TPA to be proactive in getting the parking for the commuters in all the stations. And I've actually met with staff on that one, with the TPA staff, and I really appreciate the meeting that you have accommodated for me. And those are the two things that I really was kind of close to my heart, that I wanted to kind of make sure that we're proactive in making sure all the commuters can have parking, in some of those stations that the subway is going to be on at. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. And if I may, thank you for all of your contributions to the board. Obviously, wish you the best of luck in your new board appointments and the rest of your term on council.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Next item is item PA 20.5, Parking Management Agreement, 60 Shooter Street. This is a staff report with recommendations, and there is a confidential attachment. Jeffrey D., the Director of Parking Strategy, Policy and Planning, Toronto Parking Authority, will provide a brief overview of this item to the board. Mr. D.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
So this report addresses a proposed parking management agreement with Menkes Developments to operate a 22-space facility at a new development located at Church and Shooter Street. Parking demands in this area of the city are driven by a number of employment uses, tourist attractions, cultural venues, St. Mike's Hospital, and Ryerson University. The parking facility in question is comprised of 22 spaces, which are located over 2 levels in an underground parking garage. Terms and conditions of the proposed parking management agreement, as well as the financial analysis, are included in a confidential attachment to the report. This parking management agreement with Menkes is the first of which we hope are many more to come. As you may know, Menkes is a well-known developer in Toronto and also holds a large portfolio of commercial properties. They have expressed interest in exploring other locations that are in need of a parking operator, and TPA is working to advance these discussions. Should authority be provided to enter into a management agreement with Menkes, it is anticipated that operation of the parking would commence as early as February the 1st, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. D. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, are there any speakers for the item? Again, seeing none. Is there a motion to, does the board have any questions of staff that require going to closed session? There was a confidential attachment. Mr. Steiner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to suggest we go into closed session. One of the topics as we see these management agreements, and I'm very impressed with the way staff work so closely with the landowners and developers. We see from time to time different numbers about what the net profit share, et cetera, is. And in some cases, we're buying the spots. In other cases, we're just operating spots. For the future, it would be good to have a discussion or a briefing or a chart on, where we're charging X percent of the net profits, where we're charging Y percent, and some of the rationale. I'm quite happy with this current one. And as Jeffrey D. mentioned, Menkes is very well respected in the industry now across multiple generations. So I'm sure this is a very good one. I don't think we need to go in camera for my question, but just for the future, it'd be good to know the X, Y, and Z of some of the equations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. I understood there's no algebra, so I appreciate you making this a very light touch. Mr. Deed, any questions or comments on that, or is that clear and doable?
That's clear, and that's definitely doable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendation? Mr. Steiner? I'll call for vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 20.6, Parking Management Agreement WDL 3/4/7LP 373 Front Street East, Car Park 289. This is a staff report, or there is a staff report, pardon me, with recommendations. The report does have a confidential attachment. Mr. D, I'll ask you to please provide a brief overview of this item to the board.
Thank you. Item PA 20.6 seeks the approval of the Board of Directors to enter into a parking management agreement to manage a 196 space surface parking lot located at 373 Front Street East. TPA has been operating this facility as Car Park 289 for a number of years. The site has been approved for redevelopment, and it had been anticipated that TPA would cease operations at the end of the agreement. Notwithstanding, the timing of development has been impacted by the pandemic, and the owner has requested that TPA continue to provide parking management services for a 6-month period with an option to extend for an additional 6 months. The proposed terms and conditions are included in the confidential attachment to the report. While the proposed agreement will result in modest returns for TPA, the continued operation of parking will support the local commercial retail sector and reinforce the business relationship that TPA has with the owner. We do have a couple of other locations that we work with the same owner, so that was definitely a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. D. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff for which we need to go into closed session? Still seeing none. Any speakers to the item? Nope. Is there anyone who wishes to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation? Ms. Farrow? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item PA 20.7. Amendment to license agreement with 2676417 Ontario Inc., operating as KA Car Care in Municipal Car Park 58. This is a staff report with recommendations. Mr. D, you're back on. Please provide a brief overview of the board.
Thank you. Toronto Parking Authority has been approached by one of its tenants who operates a car wash and hand detailing business out of Car Park 58, which is located in the Bedford and Bloor West area, with a proposal to relocate the business to Car Park 36, which is at City Hall. Operation of the car wash business at Car Park 58 has been significantly impacted by the pandemic, with little to no revenues generated on a monthly basis, and the owner has indicated that it will need to close the business without financial support or a plan to relocate the business to a busier location. With this in mind, the owner of the business, KA Car Care, has proposed a relocation to an unused area of the City Hall car park, previously used for an automatic car wash. TPA has worked with corporate real estate to complete a detailed review of the proposed location. Of particular note, the space at City Hall cannot easily be converted to parking and really has no other potential use. A market rate analysis has been completed and confirmed that the market rates that should be charged at City Hall are consistent with what the tenant is currently paying at Car Park 58. And the improvements needed to the City Hall space will be carried out by TPA, but recovered from the tenant over the life of the agreement. On the basis of the review completed, Toronto Parking Authority is recommending that the relocation be approved and that the license agreement be amended to allow for this. I would note that the terms and conditions of the amended license agreement are outside TPA's standing authorities under Chapter 179 of the Municipal Code, and as a result, this matter will need to be referred to the City for execution of the amended license agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. D. So if I'm understanding you correctly, we'd be approving the TPA leg of this, but even if we sign off, that does not necessarily mean that the agreement that on our side, the city side, the agreement would come into force. That would need agreement by both the counterparty as well as the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Vice Chair, and then Mr. Steiner. You're on mute.
Okay. Through the chair's briefing meeting, I understand a little bit more about this product being moved and all the reasons for accepting it. But I have a question. What happens to the Bedford Road location? Is that after the pandemic is over? Can it be given to somebody else for a car wash facility, or will it be converted to parking lots?
That's a good question. We could do either. So we could explore whether or not there's interest in a new operator coming in. And in the meantime, we can look at converting that space back to paid parking.
So can you do that immediately? As soon as this KA car moves over the city park, the city parking lot, the Nathan's Phillips Square parking lot, can we have this being converted immediately to parking lots where he had his previous location?
Yeah, I'm not certain of the scope of work required to convert it back to paid parking, but I believe it to be quite a simple thing. We can review that more closely and figure out how quickly that can be done, but I expect it can be done fast.
Great. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steiner, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. Obviously, not just COVID, but we have a respected partner in this KA Car Care that's operated for many, many years, looks like about 20 years at various locations. On this transaction, though, I have just a couple questions. Here we're providing the $15,000 to improve or put the systems in place for the detailing and cleaning in our garage, whereas at Bedford we didn't pay for that. And I thought I read something, Mr. D, in the report that these kind of cleaning facilities already exist in this new location, that there's something already there that can be adopted, yet we're advancing, the TPA is advancing the $15,000 in this case, where we didn't last time. So I'd like you maybe to comment on that. Secondly, the Bedford location was a 5-year lease or a 5-year agreement, and we're not at the 5 years. So essentially it seems like we're agreeing to terminate that agreement, even though in theory we should have had the benefit of a 5-year commitment. I don't have a big problem adjusting things, particularly because it's a relocation, but this point is related to the unknown commencement date in the new location. And so my next question for you, I'll just come to you all in a row, would be, I assume there'll be no advancing of the $15,000 until the operation is, he's legally required to pay us rent or licensing fee for 5 years. And I find it just a little odd that, it's $15,000 paid only $1,000 a year on a 5-year lease instead of, over the first term of the lease. So it looks like we're being very helpful, and maybe that's appropriate here, but it's different than the Bedford situation where the licensee paid for their own installation of what they need to run their business. So the first question again, are there installations already at the new location that will be used and adopted by this licensor?
So the Sure. The City Hall space had a automatic car wash that operated for a number of years out of City Hall for, I believe, dating back to as far back as the 70s. That facility has been mothballed and it's been sitting vacant for some time. It's not a situation where somebody can come in and just, do some minor repairs and start operating out of that automatic car wash again. This is a hand wash and detailing business, so it's a little bit different. And there is some minor improvements that are needed to get the space ready for that.
And on the 15,000, this time we're providing the money. It's essentially a loan to the user, to our licensee, our tenant. It's a little bit confusing because sometimes the document talks about tenant, sometimes it talks about licensee. But this time we're providing the funding to do that conversion. At Bedford, we didn't. And it's, instead of being paid back in 5 years, we're being paid back in 15 years. To me, it seems a little bit odd. It's a small amount of money, and it's obviously a very good partner of the TPA, who's been impacted by COVID and lots of other things. But I just want to understand that there is actual security on that loan. If this agreement goes for less than 5 years, or 5 years or less, that it's not some kind of corporation that will owe us 15,000 or the remnant of the 15,000, that somebody will be responsible for paying us back the 15,000 that we're lending this time, where we've never lent that in the previous arrangements. Mr. D, if you can give me that comfort, I'd be happy to move later what you require today.
So the decision to support the work that's required to upgrade the space at City Hall has been made in large part based on how impacted the operator has been by COVID. The operation at Car Park 58 had to close for a number of months, and so the impacts were deep and significant. We're trying to accommodate as much as possible without losing this tenant. We do have a provision in the amended license agreement, the draft amended license agreement, that should the licensee vacate the space, that they are responsible for paying back the fee in full.
Thank you, but I just want to make sure that that's not some shell company that will just say it doesn't have any money and we won't get it back. I hope this runs for 15 years and everything gets paid back. And I appreciate the COVID. Lots of people are being affected by COVID, businesses, our own employees. Some of them are not back at work. So I do want you, as you seem to be doing quite rightly, to be as helpful. I just don't want, let's say this business shuts down 4 or 5 years from now and we're owed we're owed $10,000 on that $15,000 thing that I'd call a loan. And that someone just says, look, it's some company, numbered company, I'm not paying you. That would not be appropriate given the help I think you're rightly trying to assist with one of our licensees and a respected business operation.
So, I mean, we can review whether or not there's additional language in the amended license agreement that can be inserted to provide additional security. That's certainly possible.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair, because I noted in this new agreement, there's no reference to the indemnifier, but in all the previous arrangements, there was an indemnification. And so I'll just leave that with Mr. D. He knows the kind of things I, as one board member, are looking for. We want to be helpful. We just want to be prudent when we advance to any one business person capital that would really be something normally in their own business. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair and board members, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, are there speakers for the item? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendation? Ms. Mendez. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Our next item is item PA 20.8, a contract award in response to City of Toronto RFP number 3401-16-3008 for credit and debit card payment processing services. There's a staff report with recommendations. And Ms. Oliphant, I'll ask you to please provide a brief overview to the board.
Thank you. TPA has been consolidating all of its debit and credit card payment processing under Moneris in order to lower processing fees through economy of scale. Now all retail payments are processed through Moneris, including the GreenP app, our payment machines, and bike share. Our Moneris agreement currently renews annually, and for this renewal, we are now able to leverage city pricing to further increase savings by approximately $200,000 per year, or about 6%, assuming normal transaction volumes. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Oliphant. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have one question about this item. I've seen that the previous RFP has been done in 2016 in July. Is that correct?
It was signed in February 2017, a 5-year term.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what is the policy on going forward? Because it's been 3 or 4 years now. I think a lot of things has changed, you know, with Moneris. I'm not saying that Moneris is not doing a good job, but is there a policy in place that maybe you should go out there to do maybe another RFP, or because we're going to be tying this for another 3 years? So I just wanted to know whether there's any, you know, whether you would be going out for another RFP.
At this time, we're not intending to go out for another RFP. The pricing that we're able to leverage through the city volume, I don't think would be any lower than what is offered today. In terms of performance, Moneris has been the preferred performer that has been able to offer, I guess, all the specifications around the contract. It was a competitive bid with only 2 bids. And as we've been moving forward with, you know, the relationship between TPA and Moneris has been good, and we have been able to, as part of this consolidation, reduce our fees even further.
Okay, those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. Are there any other questions of staff? I see the Vice Chair. I think you're on mute.
This is a question to the acting president. So the extension of this Moneris contract coincides with the city expiry of their Moneris contract. Is that right?
It approximates. Will expire in December, where theirs will expire in February.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Mr. Steiner.
Very briefly, Mr. Chair, thank you. Just so I understand it, I'm going to ask staff to just tell me if I've got it right. We're using Moneris mostly, for the most part anyways, but under a bigger city procurement that they did appropriately, we are able to tap into those rates, and we're going to join into that contract. That's step one. The only other change is somebody else was doing this payment processing for bike share. We're going to switch that to Moneris. I'd like to know who that was before that was doing bike share. And secondly, I assume there's no dispute when we cut off that bike share contract that they're going to say, you know, we owe them anything, or there's any overlap. Those would be the 2 kind of questions, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Through the chair, Global Payments was the previous processor for bike share. And we have been converting through 2020 to Moneris. So effective, I believe it's today actually, we are officially only processing through Moneris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. Sorry, I presume that what the acting president just said is conditional on the board approving this agreement. Is that correct?
The conversion from Global Payments for bike share to Moneris, I believe, began initially 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
And it's been a long-lived project, which is now coming to completion.
Got it. Thank you. Are there any other speakers to the item? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendation? Councillor Lai? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 20.9 is a report with confidential attachments. I suggest that we actually move this into our closed session later on and move on to 20.10, which is a notice of proposal to pass a procedure bylaw for the Board of Directors of TPA. This was placed on the agenda by the board secretary. Our board currently follows City Council's rules of procedure, which are set out in Chapter 27 of the Toronto Municipal Code. In order for the board to be able to consider and adopt a procedures bylaw, notice must be given at a preceding regular meeting. So we're not actually doing anything right now other than getting notice that at the next meeting, we're going to be discussing a procedures bylaw. Councillor Lai, congratulations, you won't have to deal with this. The motion will be to receive the notice that at the next meeting we're going to be discussing our procedures bylaw. Are there any questions with staff on this item? Mr. Steiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will this procedural change opportunity include the possible discussion of an audit committee for this organization?
I don't think the procedures bylaw will. The procedures bylaw will be about procedures. So how meetings take place, getting items on the agenda and so on. There is a second, I'll say, I'm not sure it's quite a bylaw, but a second document that will include reference to committees of the board and other responsibilities. So an audit committee or audit group, one of the issues that we need to consider is that any subcommittee of the board of directors would need to follow the open meeting requirements. Obviously, certain parts of the audit or HR committees would be in camera anyway. And so I expect that there will be a public meeting, which then goes into closed session, does its business, then comes out of closed session. There's a question of whether that is any more efficient in a lot of respects than doing it as with the board as a whole. And so what I would say is it's probably, there is probably a way to achieve some of our desires, which is have a little more attention and a brighter spotlight shown on certain aspects of TPA operations without going straight through with a formal committee. If I misstated anything or if staff has anything to comment on, I'd appreciate that.
So, Mr. Chair, that's great. And as you know, the TTC has an audit committee. So we'll have that discussion and analysis for this business organization at the time. But the only thing I'd ask is whatever is contained in this notice, if the staff in the clerk's office can help make sure that there's nothing prohibiting. I don't want to have to give another one of these notices if we are going to make changes that include an audit committee. This process we're just looking at today, this notice of proposal to pass something, if that could include the possibility of an audit committee or other changes to the structure of the board, as long as it can be inclusive in what we're giving today, just so we don't have to, let's say we decide to do this and we can't do it in April or May because we have to do another one of these notices. It'd be nice if this notice could contemplate that we're looking at a committee of the board, a possibility for the future, hopefully near future.
So the answer is unfortunately going to disappoint you. What's coming to the board at our next meeting is purely procedural. This is something that's been worked on since just before COVID. A lot of attention by a lot of people has been diverted through COVID, obviously, And so we're at a point where we're just about there on the more substantive, what I'll call governance, which would include subcommittees and so on. We're not there yet. I do want to be there by Q2, or let's say by the end of Q2. But we're not there, and I don't think we'll be there for February. But I'd like to be there shortly after February, and I've expressed that before.
Terrific. Those, Mr. Chair, those are all my questions for anybody. So thank you.
Thank you. I see Mr. Nolan from the City Manager's Office is here and is able to speak.
Yeah. Mr. Chair and the board, I can give a slight update on this one insofar as the City Manager's Office, as you said, is a little behind because of COVID on this work, but we are not that much far behind our colleagues and clerks. We are greatly admiring all their tenacity and moving this forward and bringing this forward despite all the conditions. But our intention is actually to bring something forward in Q1. And so we will be coming to you shortly with a report and for your consultation, and hopefully we'll be addressing what you've raised today. And I will be taking this back to my colleagues as well, your comments today. So we will be coming back to you shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. And Ms. Farrow.
In terms of the question regarding an audit committee, which I'm actually in favor of establishing, but I think we should also look at, the question really should be, what kind of, should there be a committee structure, and what kind of committee structure this particular board and organization needs? I think we should look at it in a broader context, not just one committee, because otherwise we're not looking at basically the organization and how it should be performing. So that would be my comment, particularly if we're going to get a report in the new year.
Thank you, Ms. Farrow. I happen to agree. Are there any other questions of staff or speakers to the item? Seeing none, is there a motion to receive the notice? Ms. Farrow? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Our next item is item PA 20.11, litigation regarding an option to purchase retail component of development 935 Eglinton Avenue West, which is Municipal Car Park 655. This is something that was added onto the agenda at our as we opened the meeting today. There is a report from the president of the TPA and the city solicitor with recommendations. There are also confidential attachments. Michelle Wright, a solicitor with the City of Toronto and practice lead of litigation section of the city's legal services, is here to speak to the item and answer any questions. Ms. Wright, pardon me, do you have a public overview of the item? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize.
No,
Sure, the public overview I'd give of the item is that there is a statement of claim that has been issued by the TPA against a company named Bizarre and Bizarre Eglinton. I don't have the actual document in front of me, I'm sorry. But those two companies and the principals of that company have all been sued by the TPA in connection with their sale of the retail component of this property to an unrelated entity when the TPA intended to exercise its option to purchase it itself. So we're trying to recover for the TPA the lost value, essentially.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. As I mentioned, there is a confidential attachment that's been distributed. I'll ask if there are any public questions of staff on the item. If there are questions of staff for which we would need to go into closed session relating to that attachment, then we'll go into closed session. But for now, we'll ask if there are any public questions of staff. Seeing none, are there any questions of staff for which we need to go into closed session? Mr. Steiner? All right. Thank you. Let's table this for now, and we'll resume this conversation in closed session, following which we'll come back into public session to make any motions.
Mr. Chair, just
yes,
because I'm having trouble downloading this just this moment, I obviously haven't read the report because it arrived after the meeting started. could somebody on the staff just email it to me? It's confidential. It can be emailed. It's just one document. I'd like to take a quick look at it. And secondly, one of the frequent things an audit committee does is go through a list of litigative matters, disputes, etc., so that there's more focus on these type of issues and disputes before they become litigation, etc. And so just a little, put a plug in there for why one can use an audit committee and doesn't have to look at something that arrives at 9:17 when the board meeting started at 9. I can't open it. I forgot my password, or it's not recognizing my password. I would like to read it before we have a discussion, even if that requires a little bit of a break.
Thanks, Mr. Steiner. Board Secretary, is it possible to email that to Mr. Steiner?
Chair, we would not normally follow the practice of emailing confidential documents. I will reach out to staff to see if we can get some technical support from Mr. Steiner so he can access the document as transmitted via confidential file transfer.
Thank you. So we'll move. Our meeting moves into closed session. And Mr. Steiner, just so you know, there is actually a list that's been prepared of the TPA's ongoing litigation, and we can have that distributed to the board by a similar confidential means.
Well, that would be terrific, Mr. Chair. In the absence of an audit committee, I would like, as a board member, to receive that every single month. And that allows board members to actually understand our relationships before we have to look at a litigation matter like we are today that we've never heard of, that we get the confidential document, when the meeting starts and we have no knowledge of it. And that's because disputes and litigation are something an audit committee would look at, and some members of the board would know about this for 7 months, 10 months, that there's an issue that staff are diligently working on legal disputes that are pre-litigation, or of course how litigation is handling. And it's just, as the representative of the clerk's office and our team mentioned, I'm looking forward to this governance improvement that we really need. And today is just a perfect example of we're being asked to comment or ask questions on a litigative matter that we don't even know that there was a problem at all until 9:17 today.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. So we'll deal with that in closed session. The next item is item PA 20.12, again added to the agenda at the beginning of this meeting. That's something we'll address in closed session. So we have three items in closed session. Pardon me. I'll ask for a motion to move into closed session. So they'll be considering items PA 20.5, PA 20.6, PA 20.9, 20.11, and 20.12. The 20.5 and 20.6 were addressed. So I'll ask the board secretary to please display the motion to move into closed session to address items PA 20.9, 20.11, and 20.12. It's now 10:24 a.m.
Chair, if I could ask you to please read the motion.
Sure. 10:24 a.m. The motion is that the Board of Directors of TPA resets its public session to meet in closed session to consider the following items. Item PA 20.9, appointment of president, as it pertains to personal matters about identifiable individuals. Item PA 20.11, litigation regarding option to purchase retail component of development at 935 Eglinton Avenue West, Municipal Car Park 655, as it pertains to litigation involving the TPA and contains advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. And item PA 20.12, further update regarding confidential personnel matters in items PA 18.14 and PA 19.1 as it pertains to personal matters about identifiable individuals and security of property belonging to the TPA. Thank you, Board Secretary. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So we'll deal with item 20.9 first. Board Secretary, if I could ask you to please move us into closed session.
Thank you, Chair. If I may ask for everyone's indulgence of just a few moments, and I will let you know once the live stream has been cut.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, great. So as far as any risks, I will say the reference report, which we reviewed in great detail with the selection committee last week, was extremely positive on every front. You have a leader that has come up through operations and has brought all those traditional aspects, but has learned over the last decade plus on how to really start to drive innovation and transformation into operations. But I would say the other huge strength that came out for Scott was that he brings the organization along with him, which is huge. There is an area in the referencing that we asked each referee for advice or any aspects that we should be aware of. The biggest piece that came out was, again, this role will become, or this role is in a much more political environment than Scott has been in the past, of course. Had great feedback from the CEO of PepsiCo Canada that Scott directly reported to for many years. She did indicate that Scott's political acuity is quite impressive internally to an organization, as well as what he's learned through DTAA. But again, working with elected officials and being in this type of context, that is different for Scott. So the board will have to certainly provide some guidance in some of those areas, and an area for Scott to really learn and listen and to navigate. So that will be new for Scott. The other area as well is that there is that concern, of course, that came up from the selection committee as to Scott's commitment. And is there potential for flight risk in somebody like Scott? He is a highly accomplished senior leader that, as we know, would be very marketable in the industry out there. The selection committee has had many discussions with Scott on this item. I think they've come out feeling quite comfortable that Scott is prepared to give the commitment, that his motivations are quite sincere in why he is looking to take on this role, and the committee feels pretty comfortable in that respect. So the biggest aspect is navigating the, let's say, the broader City of Toronto ecosystem, including the political side, one, and two, the commitment and longevity to the organization. But as far as any other concerns, nothing at all. Mr. Chair, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add there.
That's basically right. The bigger concern, I think, from the committee's perspective was certainly the flight risk piece. And the reality is that there's not a whole lot we can do about that. And I think in some ways we'd be concerned if the opposite were true, if we were hiring someone that no one else wanted. I appreciate it's not exactly, it's a bit of a false dichotomy, but hiring someone who will be here, be able to make change. And frankly, one piece I've mentioned to him is my desire that one of his key achievements in this term, however long it is, we hope it's a good long term, that one of his, I'll say legacies, is a really strong pipeline of internal leadership candidates for next time. I obviously don't want to get too deep into this. There were not a lot of internal candidates for this role, and for, I think, a number of reasons, which are
but he didn't indicate specifically how long until retirement, and of course we can't ask that question. I think it's fair to say he's saying all the right things. And Councilor Radford, yes.
Thanks very much, and my thanks to everyone who's involved in this extensive review. Staff, our brief, and everyone, everybody really fantastic. And I know a bunch of work went into doing the right thing. I don't know what we can discuss here, but certainly there have been issues with the TPA historically when it comes to land and things where the previous board had to be dissolved. We now have other things that are being looked at, and so you're coming out to an organization that hasn't been moving in the right direction just corporately in terms of ethics. And does he know about that and have any guidance or insight on that?
Sure. So what I would say is we had a long discussion about some of the legacy issues, the TPA, and where we are and how we got here. From what you're describing the TPA, it sounds like there where TPA was maybe in 2014 or so. And hopefully they will continue the TPA journey to through to 2016, 2017, and early 18. So Scott is aware of that background and some of the governance challenges. He's not aware of things that we discussed with the board, if I can put it that way, in closed session, but he is generally aware of where TPA has been from a governance perspective and what I would describe as this committee or this board's mandate to help to tie up some of that, which I don't want to get too deep into this, but certainly something that the Steiner has been saying for a while with audit committees and so on, and also our procedure bylaw, which is coming to the board at the next meeting. So I'd say a qualified yes. But obviously, as someone who's not in the circle of trust, there's only so much that we were comfortable sharing.
Understood. Okay, thanks very much.
Maybe I'll start very quickly from the reference report. One of the questions that we asked each of the referees is around their core values. And consistently, out of all of those referees we spoke with, just some of the comments and the core values of Scott: trust, respect, team building, collaboration, integrity, and ethics. One individual even mentioned the core values for Scott are transparency and honesty. Good or bad, this is 150% all the time. He expects it from himself and he expects it from his team. Innovation is
not unusual with the city, but city legal, of course, is a little more conservative on some of the stuff, which has to do with severance. So the typical, and I apologize, I'll get this wrong, so I'll ask Arlene to correct me. The typical severance provision in the agreement is 2 weeks in the first year, and I think 1 week every year thereafter. Scott has requested, which again is not unusual in the public or private sectors for someone at this level, 6 months in the first year and 12 months if after the first something interesting. The second candidate, if he leaves us, still goes on to something different, being in the city manager's office outside. So the good and bad with good candidates is they leave and they go on to really interesting things. But we're not blind to the reality that everyone's going to leave.
That's good. Again, we're just doing our duty with the question. Chair applied for the job and didn't get it, and you're asking that person to continue for a couple months in that acting role, well, let's cut a check to her for $20,000. That's called stay pay, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think to vote on that thing and put that out in public without some acknowledgement and thanks from her is disastrous to her, not to us, but to her. So I'm really concerned about it. And yes, flowers and accolades when the new chap starts and our next board meeting. But I'm going to shut up now. But I just think it's too damaging to a person's public reputation.
No, I appreciate that. My intention was that when we announced Scott, we would also be explicitly thanking Robin and saying good things. And I really would appreciate. No, I appreciate your advice. What do you think we should do? Do you think that when we come back in public session after we vote yes, assuming we vote yes, after we vote yes, that we also say good things about Robin then and acknowledge her contribution to TPA stepping up and what she accomplished in the role?
So absolutely, and I think you have to call her before we go into public session and deal with this item and tell her what happened. If I understand you from the search committee report that she has no idea that she wasn't even shortlisted, she hasn't been told she's not getting this job, like
she does know. She does know. Yeah.
She does know. So then I think you just have, that's all you, then you don't have to call her. Then just when you make this announcement, you can thank her for this and stepping up. I think that will do fine.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't clear. I spoke with Robin mid-late last week, I think it was, before the agenda was published. And I told her that yes, we'd be having a discussion and there would be some
you feel is right. You guys have done a great job as the search committee. I'd let you guys spend up to something. But this is a once every several years situation and unusual in that, you know, you had an internal candidate and get it. So Jason, maybe you could help with some best practices. But I just want to give you flexibility, Mr. Chair, and your committee.
Thanks. Jason, do you have thoughts on what we could or should do? Or leaving aside the city restrictions on just market and what we recommend?
Yeah, as far as a number, Mr. Chair, I actually think that the 10% does make some sense. I guess the question, Arlene, would be, of course, ensuring she's not coming in that would exceed the top of the salary range with the state pay. I think you've got a lot of flex in there. So then I have to agree, having some state pay and having some reference to the great work she's done today in the public announcement actually makes a lot of sense just to address it.
And maybe, Arlene, what we could do is change her extension agreement to reflect I'm not sure I want to say signing bonus, because I know that we have challenges with that, but figure out when the end date is and back out what $20,000 would look like, or 10% would look like. Mr. Steiner, I think you had a comment?
And I'll shut up after this. I apologize. But this
No,
is...
don't apologize. Never shut up. Well, I'll say never shut up. Not yet.
This could be one of those situations where please tell me that the salary we've been paying a woman who's acting president isn't a ton less than we're paying some male guy who comes in as president. Please tell me that we're close, that the salary that Scott is going to get is close to the salary that Robin's been getting for a year and a half, or however, 2 years.
So her salary is in line with the previous acting president's salary.
That's not my question. That's not my question. Are we going to pay a man to take on this job a substantially different number than we pay the woman who's been acting in this job now?
His offer is currently at the top of the band. And the offer she would have received would be comparable to where she is with regards to the salary band.
Yeah, I'm not saying that she should have made what we're offering him because there's different skill set, experience, etc. I just don't want to see that we're paying some guy $110,000 more than we're paying her. I don't know her. I can't remember her salary. It's my fault. I should know. That's also one of the things a board member should know about their own CEO or acting, so I apologize. But I just raise this because there's a huge gap, and maybe the 20,000, there's another mechanism, there's another purpose of using 20 or 40,000. I'm just trying to look for things that the public, this all goes on the sunshine list, so all these numbers, her salary, his salary, are going to come out someday. I want to protect, quite frankly, more of the counselors than myself, but, you know, we're going to do the right thing, but let's think about the right way to do the right thing so that we don't cause unnecessary problems. But women should be paid the same as an equally skilled man. If this man, Scott Collier, is more skilled and more experienced than Robin, and that's no problem. He should be paid more. But let's look at, have a little sensitivity around that when we're about to some range, up to 40, up to $50,000. Again, I'm very worried about a huge difference in the salary. Whatever you and based on the advice of legal and Jason and your committee, I just want you to have the maximum flexibility, not have to come back to the board if people are comfortable with at least what I'm trying to suggest.
Appreciate it. I think that's problem making it clear. I think this is one time, but I have no problem making that clear. Thank you.
Because it would be more clear that it's not salary inclusive on this.
Yeah. So the motion would now read that the Board of Directors, Town Parking Authority, authorize the chair of the board to lost it. Sylvia, was that taken down so the amendment could be made?
Yes, we got the changes. Let's just put them up one second.
Sure, thank you.
Jennifer Teskey with Ian and was satisfied that she, along with her firm Norton Rose, is a good candidate to conduct this investigation based on their skill, resources, and experience. Jennifer was presented with the complaint and was requested to provide a retainer agreement, including a cost estimate. I've also informed the respondents, Robin Oliphant, Anu Adwala, and Arlene Yam Fritz, of the investigation. The respondent and some witnesses were sent correspondence to preserve documents. Jennifer came back to us with a retainer agreement and an estimated fee could be as high as $200,000 plus HST and disbursement. After my discussions with Ian approached Jennifer to cap the investigation to a lesser amount. Jennifer responded, given the overall unpredictability associated to the conduct of the investigation, that she cannot agree to a fee cap for an investigation. However, she was prepared to agree not to exceed, on a best effort basis, an overall budget of $175,000 for the investigation and the preparation of a report, if any. Their firm is also prepared, they also propose that before we exceed $150,000 in fees, they will advise Ian and myself and engage in reasonable discussion regarding the estimated cost to completion. I also want to note her retainer agreement. She had indicated that her estimated conclusion date for the investigation is February 2021. She is planning to interview the complainant before Christmas and the respondents early in the new year. Although the retainer agreement is not signed, she has provided us with a draft plan for investigation, which I have distributed to Jeffrey Steiner, Alison Mendes, and Maureen Farrell. And we have sent back the feedback I received from the committee there. As the estimated cost for Norton Rose was higher than our budget of $150,000, including communication and Toronto City legal costs, I'm back at the board to revise the budget. Please note, as per my conversation with Alison Falls with City Legal, we do not have to have a separate budget for City Legal on this matter. City Legal has ongoing arrangements for internal charges to TPA for all their legal work, which will include this investigation. So, based on the fact that this could be as high as $200,000, I recommend that a budget of $250,000, which at this moment until if we see there's some other situations that arise out of this, and we will hopefully keep the board updated with that progress in the next coming board meetings. If the investigation is getting more than what we had estimated it to be.
Thank you. I'm quite happy with that.
into account things that are not yet finished. So while one feeling may be merge them together, let's be careful, let's be careful, but the CARE actually is keeping them quite separate.
But my concern with this is what the public perception of that is, and what the city and the feedback we get back. I mean the backlash we could get to the city on this. Okay, go ahead. Bradford.
Yes, sir. Councillor Lai, I think, had a comment, then Councillor Bradford.
And Ms. Mendes was before me as well.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Lai?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not having known the details of all what's going on and all that with this investigation, I think we are really caught in a very, very bad position here. If we do it now, like what Jeff said about two different things, then we might come back to us as if we are rewarding bad behavior. But then we don't want to really jump to conclusion that there's wrongdoing or whatever. So I really don't know how to really do a balance of how we do this. So I don't know. I do share the concern
starting again, please?
Okay.
There we go.
In the event that Rawdon is found to have done misdeeds, is there any opportunity to claw back any type of extra compensation? I know it's hard to answer now, but just wondering what our options are along those lines if we were to decide to pay a penalty.
Yeah, and I think this is part of this will be part of the discussion, right? I mean, I guess one could structure payment in various ways and make it conditional on certain things happening or not happening. And so, you know, the board could decide to pay her an amount pending the outcome of the investigation. But I think we really want to think through how we do that. There could be a way to structure it, putting conditions on the payment. Once it's paid, don't have any such conditions. Once it's paid, you know, it's going to be next fall to get that, right?
Yeah.
You'd have to place prior conditions on it.
Thank you.
So it sounds like, if I'm understanding everything correctly, it sounds like Mandy and I and Ian will have a discussion, hopefully later this week, about what it is that we're offering Robin. Appreciating, of course, Ian, that the holiday, not getting where everyone's going right now, but appreciating getting close to the holiday.
Yeah, I'm around. Just so you're aware, I'm around this week. The following week I'm away, so I do have time this week. If you're
increase the budget. I don't think we did that.
The report that was sent includes a motion to change the budget as you want to discuss.
Yeah.
And then, so if, and that obviously is kept confidential. And so when we come into closed session, when we vote on this matter, if we vote yes, then the budget changes to reflect what we discussed. And so then we can go back to Norton Road.
All right.
in our space. People are in our space. The taxpayers made a deal and we're entitled to that space and somebody else is in it. And I don't accept that we're going to lose against those people, make their life difficult because that will make it difficult for Mr. Sobey and Mr. whatever.
For sure.
Anyway, so I'm going a little bit off. I don't have much information. I would have spent a lot of time on this if we had a audit committee. You hear me ring that bell several times, but I'm not happy. I know you want to go after them. I recommend that the board approve much more. If $6 million or $4 million are at stake, I have no problem with us spending $2 million to get this properly done. Otherwise, people are going to rip off all kinds of city agencies and disrespect good business practices if this note is correct. So sorry, that's half a question and half a tirade, but this is not good, and there's a lot of money at stake, and we should spend more and go after the people who are in our property.
So I think I'd respond first by saying, like, I completely share your attitude about needing to go hard after anybody who thinks that they can rip off the parking authority or the city for that matter. As far as the individuals who bought the property, all the information we have to date indicates that they were an arm's length purchaser who did not have notice of the TPA's option to purchase. And so that's a really big problem. But I can tell you I have talked to FOCLERS about whether there's grounds on which we could commence an action against the company that bought the property. And at the present moment, we don't think that there is. But we have our eyes open to that. We are waiting for some additional disclosure from the defendants in the action. But their affidavit of documents is incomplete. There's more to come. If there's anything that we identify that would help us pursue a claim against DMQ, which is the company that bought it, we certainly will. We will be pursuing every avenue that we can to recover the money. So if there's a basis for a claim, we would go after them to do that. But at the moment, we don't have a basis.
Well, so again, I'm going to push back on that. I'm sorry. There's information we don't have. All kinds of people are sued. There's a perfect mechanism for the sued party to go to court and say, take me off this. I'm an innocent, bona fide purchaser for value without notice. Let them make that claim. I would like you to sue the people who took our option. And let them explain to you and let you get to discover and get their email. Unless you've hired a forensic firm and you have all of the information to clear that bona fide purchaser for value without notice, unless you have all of that, would you please sue them? And let them get themselves off a motion. They can make a motion, no problem. Let them win. But please sue them and get discovered. Make it embarrassing for what is it called, BHR? Make it embarrassing that one of their customers is being sued. Who wants to be a customer of those people in the future when they're being sued? That they get caught in the middle of something that those innocent people think. Do not be so easy on this unless you have 100% information that you know they are bona fide purchasers for value without notice. If you know that for sure, don't sue them. If you don't know it, sue them, please. That's all I'm asking. Sorry to go on so long.
That's okay. I just to my original point about how we considered this in the first place. Like we are a little bit reluctant to just throw legal actions at people where we don't have a ground on which we think we can legitimately sue them, because we're a very big organization, and so there's some impropriety potentially around throwing our weight around to pursue people where we don't have a cause of action. In this particular case, because the option wasn't registered on title, if Basar had said nothing to them, and why would they would have no reason to know that the TPA had an option to purchase the property. So just like if you think of if Basar had just kept their mouth shut and said, I have property for sale, will you like to pay me $11 million? They could have entered into the transaction, and there's nothing on our side that indicates they had any knowledge of the TPA's option. But having said that, though, like we're expecting the additional discovery by the end of December. I think it's due by the end of the week, if I'm not mistaken. So certainly the first order of business will be to go through that and confirm whether or not there's any information there that would support a claim against the DMQ company.
As long as we don't miss or if we don't lose out on
the litigation with Fogler, the cause of action against Fogler, it won't expire because we have the tolling agreement in place. And the tolling agreement freezes the clock so that the limitation period won't expire until the tolling agreement expires or until the tolling agreement is terminated by its parties, which it has to be done on notice. And then we would have a certain number of days to commence litigation or decide that we were satisfied with whatever the negotiated settlement was, what have you, at that time.
And what about the statute of limitation against the vendor?
Well, that doesn't matter anymore because we've sued the vendor.
Okay.
So, right. So we have that litigation in play.
Okay. Okay. So what? One more question. What about the statute of limitation against the person who bought the property? Because that might. So if we find some information later on, we may lose that action, right?
Well, a limitation period starts to run from the day that you know or you ought to know that you have a cause of action against somebody. So at the present time, we're not aware that we have a cause of action against the buyer because from the information that we've gathered, they seem to have been an arm's length purchaser. So if tomorrow we received information that indicated they were not an arm's length purchaser, then tomorrow the limitation period would start to run, and we would have 2 years to commence a lawsuit against them or else lose the right to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Mr. Steiner, yes.
Do we have, maybe Jeffrey D can mention if any of his observations on this, but do we have any other business with these people or any of the companies that are involved with them? And is this the only condo project we've done with these two characters or some company that they're involved with?
This is the only one I'm aware of.
Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Are there any statements that must be made in closed session? Seeing none, unless anyone else has anything else, I'm going to suggest we move into public session. So, if you have anything to say, this is a good time to say it.
Well, thank you for all the work on this. This has been a busy day today, but lots of important matters. And
yep,
sadly, that shouldn't be Eli's last meeting. So, aren't you lucky?
I think this was strategic, so it doesn't miss us too much.
No, I'm lucky that I'm off the block.
Exactly. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Wright. Mr. Duke obviously is there, and as well as Mr. D. I'm going to suggest now we move into public session. Anyone who doesn't need to stay on, you're welcome to stay on, obviously. But if you want to leave, obviously we understand. I'll ask the board secretary if we can please move into public session. Do we need a motion to move into public session?
Yes, Chair. A motion to that the board reconvene in public session.
Oh, sorry. Here it is. All right. I will now move that the board reconvene in public session. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Board secretary, if you can please open the meeting to members of the public and the YouTube stream.
Thank you, Chair. Just give us a moment and I'll advise you when we're live again.
Sure. Thank you.
Chair, the meeting is live again.
All right, thank you very much. Much appreciated. We're now going to go back to item PA 20.9 after having discussed this in closed session. Are there any speakers to the item before we move a motion? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the report's recommendations?
Chair?
Councillor Long.
Chair?
All those in favor of adopting that motion?
Chair?
As amended, excuse me, as amended? Pardon me, there was an amended motion. So,
No, Chair.
all those in favor of adopting the motion as amended?
Chair, this is Sylvia. Just give us a moment. We will display a motion on screen that incorporates a small amendment.
Sure, thank you. Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the motion as amended? Councillor Bradford. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item PA 20.11, is the litigation matter in relation to 935 Eglinton West. Are there any other public questions of staff or public statements? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt the report's recommendations? Mr. Steiner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And finally, item PA 20.12, the further update regarding confidential personnel matters. Are there any other speakers to the item for public session? Seeing none, is there a motion to move recommendation? Ms. Mendez? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I thank everyone for their patience. That concludes our items for today. Three quick, I guess, 4 matters. First is, I said it before, 2 hours ago. I'll reiterate my thanks to Councillor Lai for her service on the TPA Board of Directors. Didn't expect you to stay the last 2 hours, but we're happy, obviously, to have every minute we can from you. I wish you best of luck with your other city committees and as councillor, and we look forward to staying in touch. Next item, best wishes to Councillor Bradford and his partner, who I understand are expecting a very junior staffer sometime early 2021 for his council office. Obviously, wish you and your family the best. It's something.
Thank you. I expect I'll be working for them actually. So there you go.
Well, the good news is if you're looking for something to do in your spare time, now you have it. But obviously, wish you and your family the best, and it'll be a very good way to start. Not really start, but a good way to move into 2021. So we're happy for you. And third, I'd like to acknowledge, she's still on, acknowledge and thank Robin Oliphant for stepping into the role of acting president and participating in that role for the last about 2 years. One of the things that we did when we came into closed session today was agree to employment, or agree to the selection of someone as president of the TPA. And obviously, Robin's work the last 2 years has really helped the organization, and we appreciate all of her efforts. So Robin, I can't see you, but we thank you very much. And finally, I want to thank you all, wish you all a very happy, healthy, safe, especially safe holiday season. Keep wearing masks, and I look forward to seeing you at our next meeting in the new year, February 8th. Unlikely in person, but one of these days we'll meet again in person. So thank you, everyone. This is longer than anyone expected, but very productive, and I appreciate your time. Have a great holiday. Take care.
Thanks,
Good job.
Mr. Chair. Thanks, colleagues, staff. Happy
Goodbye.
holidays. Merry Christmas.
Happy
Hello,
holidays.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And season's greetings.